Hello, good morning everybody. Welcome to the Robin Park Leisure Centre in Wigan. It's day 3 of qualifying for the Victorian Plumbing UK Snooker Championship, and we're going to be bringing you coverage here on table 1 all day, starting with Jordan Brown against Michal Szubarczyk, the young 14-year-old youngest professional. He's already beaten Jimmy White to get to this second round stage. It's 4 rounds in total, and of course on Wednesday and Thursday we'll be bringing you our regular Judgment Day coverage, going around all the matches as we build the drama to see who qualifies for York. It would be a sensation, wouldn't it, if this young man got through? Long way to go, but he had a great win over Jimmy White, had a couple of 80 breaks there, played very nicely to win 6-2. Of course, it's all exciting and new for him. Jordan Brown, on the other hand, of course, former Welsh Open champion. We saw him recently in the quarterfinals of the Northern Ireland Open, but he needs every ranking point he can muster. On the provisional end-of-season ranking list, he's 61st, and the top 64 stay on. So this is a big money event, and of course he needs to win this match to get any ranking points. So it is a big match for Jordan Brown. I suspect he will set aside any sentiment about who he's playing here. He needs the win, he needs the points pretty badly, and of course if you can do well in one of the bigger money tournaments, it will make a big difference. So settle back and enjoy. There's 8 matches. You can watch, of course, tables 1 to 4 on Discovery Plus and WST Play, and we look forward to bringing you table 1 coverage here. Just to mark your card for later, 2:30, Stan Moody, the sort of great young hope, or one of them, of UK snooker. He's playing China's Zhao Jinhao, and tonight at 7:30, a very interesting match, Stephen Maguire, the 2004 UK champion, against Chang Bingyu of China. Glenn Sullivan-Bissett is the referee. Best of 11, and the winner will play Nopen Senkam of Thailand in round 3. Szubarczyk came here, I'm sure, full of confidence, because just recently he won the IBSF World Amateur Championship in Qatar. As I say, still finding his way on the pro ranks. He had the option to turn professional, having won the European champion, finished runner-up in the European Championship earlier this year, won the under-16, under-18 European titles. It's going to be hard to tell him he was too young. Of course, he'd be excited to have a go. Of course, he's got 2 years on tour. This is the first of them. Doesn't actually turn 15 until January. Well, he's left a chance here for the Northern Irishman. Saw Jordan just before the match began. He seemed in good fettle. Of course, this is a huge event, one of the historic majors in our sport. Everyone trying to get through to the main draw. The last 32, top 16 seeded through, of course. And that all starts on Saturday at the Barbican. Well, he certainly had a good week, didn't he, in his home event, the Northern Ireland Open. Ended up in the quarterfinals playing Mark Allen, Northern Ireland's #1. He's a great friend and practice partner, which was a little bit awkward for both, but a great occasion for the tournament there at the waterfront, which has become such a popular event now on the tour. He had some good wins. He beat Zhao Jingtong, the world champion, 4-0 in the last 64. Sean Murphy, 4-2 in the last 16. Allen beat him 5-2. But that's the best run Jordan Brown's had for a while. Worth saying, though, he's not qualified for the Scottish Open, which is coming up next month. So this UK Championship, I guess the sheer fact of that is even bigger for him, because it'll be on his mind for sure, the end-of-season position and the prospect of having to go back to Q school. That's a good pot. There was an early test of that. You know, it's quite early in the morning and first frame. The early nerves there to be settled, I guess, but that was a nice pot. Now looking to be top side of the blue. Straight is no good, because straight you can't really do much with the cue ball, basically forwards or backwards. So you may even have to take the brown here. Depends whether he's got any sort of angle. Trying to just use the knuckle of the middle pocket to get near the reds, and it's not a bad result. He's got a shot at this red to right corner. Played that well, because of course on another day you just screw straight in off when you look a fool, but that's not what happened. But this is still a tester. He's just trying to get back into ideal position here. And this time he does have a slight angle on the blue.
26.
So he's got two more loose reds. I guess Jordan Brown, with his experience, is looking to stamp his authority early on. He knows that his opponent is dangerous, he's hungry. He doesn't have the battle scars that the older players will have. Now has an angle here to get them moving. Well, I think the black is blocking the red to left corner. He's on one to left middle, but it could be easier. Obviously, cue ball on the side cushion just makes this a bit of a tester. Yeah, it wasn't easy. Hang on. Oh, nearly fluked one. So he's got the feeling if he potted that, because he's got the reds into play, he was a big favourite for the frame, but it's not there. The lead is 39. I'm sure we've got plenty of viewers in Poland tuning in to watch Michal Szubarczyk. Of course, Maciej Baranowski's already won his first match. Anthony Kowalski is up later, the other Polish professional. He's playing Sam Craigie. So still 3 Poles remaining in the event. If they brought back the World Cup, they'd be quite a potent threat, actually. Of course, he's not been playing that long. He's only 14. Started playing at the age of 6. His father was a fan of snooker, watching it on television on Eurosport. Made his first maximum in practice at 12. And clearly he's at an age where he just loves it. Loves playing, wants to play as much as possible. Hence, you know, he couldn't resist when the card was offered. He was always going to take it, I think. This is an early tester, though, slightly hampered by green and pink. Now that red, I think, will clip in. It's thin. It's also the one on the other side, so they both had a chance, but it's early days. Remember, it's best of 11. I'm sure Jordan Brown feels his safety could be an asset today, but it's got to have to be safe, because you get the feeling Szubarczyk will just essentially take on pretty much anything he can see, and he might start getting them. That's the danger. That's what Jimmy White found out to his cost in round 1. He has left this potential red from distance. What sort of angle does he have on the brown? I should say, of course, this is day 3 of qualifying. We must congratulate Liam Pullen, who on day 1 made a maximum. He's first in competition. Youngest player to make one for 15 years on tour. As Szubarczyk's just looking to lay the snooker here. Doesn't want the green in. He's okay. Yeah, so well done to Liam. And of course, he did win last night as well. So he's through to round 3. And he'll be in action again tomorrow morning. Eight matches in progress. We've got David Lilly against Su Yichin, Oliver Lyons against Liam Graham, Long Zhihang against Lu Wenwei, Louis Heathcote against Hayden Pinney, Artem Zhezhen against Kawai Chung, Dwayne Jones against Brazil's Igor Figueiredo, and Gong Shenzi against Liam Highfield. Well, again, Jordan Brown, got to be careful here. Yes, he's 32 in front, but there's plenty of red still on. See Fergal O'Brien there in the audience. Of course, he's working with Jordan, former British Open champion, wise owl of the sport, Fergal. Oh, he's got the thinnest of edges there. Well, he played that really well. Oh, is there a plant? He's had a look. Big shot to play this. The Reds are going to be scattering. My word, are they scattering. Dust finally settles. It looked for a moment like he might have got away with that, but this red is in bulk. So Jordan Brown, 32 in front. Szubarczyk fancied the plant, but has it cost him the frame? It has not, because Jordan Brown has missed the red, and that will annoy him. He's got that one safe red on the side cushion to think about. Black safe as well, but could well be he won't need that. Well, there's the safe red he's brought off. So now it's just about manoeuvring this. Green unusually on the black spot. Just feels like he's desperate to take one on here. But a bit of common sense has prevailed, so... OK, didn't win the frame from that chance, but he's back in the frame, 18 in it now. Louis Heathcote won the first frame against Hayden Pinnate, who actually had a walkover in the last round. Ka Wai Chung of Hong Kong 1-0 up on Artem Zhuzhin from Latvia. It's quite a multinational field here in this UK Championship. We've got a Brazilian as well, of course, Igor Figueiredo. Remember, this is the second of 4 rounds of qualifying, so it's all about getting in the draw, which will be made on Thursday. We'll have that live for you in our Judgment Day coverage with Rob Walker and Ken Doherty. Top 16 already in the hat. The 16 qualifiers will be drawn against them. By the way, this is open to the public. You can come along here in Wigan. You can see quite a few people in watching. Tickets just £12, and that's for the whole day. So you get to see plenty of snooker. Put it this way, last night play finished at 1:30 in the morning. So, you know, that's 16 hours of solid snooker. And if you are a member of WST Play, of course, you're getting for free. Yeah, Jamie Clark was the last winner. Of course, he's not on tour currently, but he's here as one of the wildcard players, and he beat Mark Davis 6-5 on the black, 58-minute decider, 1:30 in the morning. That's what qualifying's all about, matches like that. Seems he's covered that red. A little tap on the table from Jordan Brown confirms it. There's already quite a few people in, as you can see in the background, watching. It's a nice setup actually here. It's a leisure centre, but the arena's quite spacious, as you can see. Well, he could see it, but it's all about the cue ball, this shot, and he has left a potential red from distance. I do feel that Jordan Brown is slightly on a hide into nothing in this match. He's the senior player, the seeded player. He's also, of course, desperate for the ranking points. But he's up against somebody very dangerous. He's just loving his snooker. He doesn't have, as I say, those battle scars that I mentioned that the senior players would have. Just a bit concerned about this cue ball, but he's okay. Great win over Jimmy White. I mean, there was 49 years between them. Jimmy's 63, of course, Szubarczyk 14. Jimmy White, the champion in the UK Championship in 1992. Szubarczyk wasn't born until 2011. It's a good pot, but it seems one is all he's going to score there. Could just roll up to this green. Or put Szubarczyk in the long grass. Cue ball down to Bull. That seems to be the plan. that's brought the safe red out, so he does need cover here, and he might well get it behind this yellow. Yeah, well, he's having a look, but I'm sure he has covered it. Of course, with a 19-point lead, pushing the blue safe is in Jordan Brown's advantage, and now that he's snookered on both reds, that's a more significant shot. Well, the referee, Glenn Sullivan-Bissett, couldn't have been closer to that. He's obviously just hit it. Crucially, didn't leave it on. David Lilly, former world seniors champion, has won the first frame against Xu Yixin of China. Long Zhihang has won the first against another Chinese player, his compatriot Lu Wenwei. And Igor Figueiredo, who made a 139 in his last round, he's taken the first against Dwayne Jones. So I think this qualifies as a cagey start to the morning. We've been going nearly half an hour, and still two reds on in this first frame. But Jordan Brown didn't cover that one, so that's a mistake. But blue and black safe clearly in his favour at the moment. Well, that's the blue into play. Although it's actually pushed it safe on the other side of the table. It's not quite what he intended. Got the snooker. Will surely be going back. She caught the green. Well, this looks good. Yeah, wow, what a hit. Already had, of course, last night, players make it through to round 3. So the winners last night in this round, round 2, Mitchell Mann, Matthew Stevens, who, of course, won this title in 2003. Ishpreet Singh Chadha from India. Michael Holt, he survived a real battle with Ryan Evans in a decider. Ian Burns will play Luca Brissell. Chang Bingyu, as I mentioned, will play Stephen Maguire. Robert Milkins, Ulian Boyko of Ukraine, Bushku Reves of Hungary, Zach Shurty, Stephen Hallworth, Lu Hongyu, Jamie Clark, Marco Fu, Scott Donaldson and Liam Pullen. They're the players who've made it through to round 3 so far. Well, he's annoyed because it was a good chance that to get the snooker behind the blue, and he's not done so. On the next door table, table 2, Oliver Lyons playing for 2 snookers against Liam Graham, the shootout runner-up last year in their opening frame. Well, it's pretty good. He very nearly got in tight behind the green. Not quite. So I think you can see the red. But, of course, the lead of 14 points is the key here with Jordan Brown looking at the table, blue and black safe. That's in his favour at the moment. So another chance for the Northern Irishman. You've got to think his safety will be superior, just the years he's been playing, and that will be a factor. But ultimately, it's an obvious thing to say, ultimately you've got to pot the balls as well. He's had quite a few chances in this frame. Brown wriggles in. Of course, the green down on the black spot, which complicates things a little bit. But 19 in front here, so yellow and green, and Szubarczyk would need a snooker. Played this well. Spotted something on the cue ball, but he's nicely on the green, which will put him 24 in front with a possible 22 on. Still would like the brown as well, but this is effectively frame ball. It's been quite a long opening frame, over half an hour. And not necessarily over yet. One snooker needed. Well, he may have ended up a snooker. He's trying to get him behind the black, I think, but may have got him with the pink here. So one cushion, ball cushion to hit this blue. Got to be said, pink and black are not great, really, for snookers. Well, a chance for Brown to put this away. It's been a hard-fought frame. He's needed several chances. Just one good piece of cueing here. And in goes the blue. So it is going to be first blood to the 2021 Welsh Open champion. Battling to keep his tour card. Remember, on the end of season, projected rankings is 62nd with the top 64 staying on. So every ranking point he can muster from now to the end of the campaign, the World Championship, will be in the cause of trying to keep his tour card. First frame goes to Jordan Brown. As I say, there are 8 tables here, and of course all playing for a place in York. The final stages start on Saturday. There are still some tickets available, and also the VIP tickets, the 1875 Club package, is still available for certain sessions. That includes seats in the front 2 rows, champagne, and a 3-course meal. All very nice. Check out WST.tv, the website there, the tickets page. It's always a popular event. The UK Championship, obviously a historic major, but there's something about York as well. Particularly at this time of year, the Christmas markets. It's a nice place to go and spend time in. And I guess the snooker as well, being on, is a bonus at the Barbican. It's well established there. And it promises to be a terrific 9 days. But of course, we've still got this week of qualifying to decide the field. Just to reiterate, and you can see people in the audience, it's £12 for a day ticket here. So it's good value. As I say, yesterday we had 16 hours of snooker. And if you're a member of WST Play, you get in for free. Hayden Pinney has levelled up with Louis Heathcote, so they're 1 apiece. And Liam Graham did win that first frame against Oliver Lyons. Still first frame between Liam Highfield and Gong Chen Zi. They're on the green there, just 3 points in it. Liam Highfield in front. So Jordan Brown battled away and he got the result he wanted in frame 1, but still a long way to go. It's first to 6, of course, to reach the 3rd qualifying round of 4 here at the Victorian Plumbing UK Snooker Championship. Tournament first staged in 1977. Initially, it was actually for players resident in the UK. It was won by an Irishman, Patsy Fagan. He lived in London. It wasn't actually a ranking event until 1984. It was the breakthrough win for Steve Davis in 1980, his first professional title. And he won a couple of UK championships that are not on his ranking event tally, purely because they were at that point they weren't ranking events. But of course the event has grown and grown, and this year they're playing for a first prize of £250,000. Well, already a very open table for who gets in first here. Mentioned Szubarczyk. He scored well against Jimmy White. He had 4 half centuries, the highest in 89. He also made an 86. And of course, Jimmy still attracts a good audience, so he's kind of playing the crowd. They wouldn't have been vociferous, but even so, there was pressure on the match, and he coped with it very well. Well, Brown's concerned, I'm sure, the red near the left corner. Got a good cue ball, though. Oh, he's completely mishit this. And he's had a bit of a result, let's be honest. Well, he's had a big result, in fact. Even if Brown can see this red, it's a narrow angle with the cue ball on the bulk cushion. Got to cue this so purely. Yeah, that was tough. Szubarczyk, you've got to say, did get away with that last shot because he completely mishit the red. But the cue ball finishing on the bulk cushion was a bonus. Well, if he's got away with this, he's been lucky. Can Szubarczyk see this red to the green pocket? He's having a look at it. If not, there's a mid-distance one to left corner, but he could have been left with something a lot easier. Clearly can get through. It's interesting watching him. He doesn't give much away, sort of body language-wise, which is not a bad way to be. A lot of the great players over the years have been like that. Think of the person I've already mentioned, the 6 times champion, Steve Davis. Well, it's going to be yellow. And the red, of course, is waiting to the green pocket, so makes it, I guess, a little bit easier. Well, I say that, it's going to be slightly awkward, this red now. Nicely done. So this is a pretty useful chance, you've got to say. The youngest ever professional, of course, it used to be that you had to be 16 to turn professional. And then Sean Murphy turned pro at 15 because he was not going to be 16 until about 3 weeks into that particular season. And that restriction has since been taken away. We've had other teenagers as well on tour. It's very hard, of course, being thrown in at the deep end, but clearly he just loves snooker, and he's had some pretty good results already this season. He qualified for the Xi'an Grand Prix, beat Martin O'Donnell in a decider, which is no mean feat to get through to that big event in China. Qualified for the International Championship, beat Ishbik Singh Chada there 6-4 to qualify. Zhang Anda beat him at the venue, so he's had a chance to go out to China and see what those events are all about. And of course, guaranteed a 2-year card, so can't drop off at the end of this season. Really, year one is about gaining that experience, coming to these venues for the first time, and finding out what it's all about. Well, he's not on the pink. Sizing up for this blue, though. Big shot this, early in frame 2. It's in, but the next red will need some attention as well. Well, he's got that fearlessness of youth, hasn't he? You know, he just seems to be prepared to take on anything, and that's quite refreshing. As long as they're going in, of course. Now just trying to get back into ideal position here. Well, just slightly misjudged this one. Finished a bit high on this black. worth saying that Szubarczyk, he did play on this table against Jimmy White, so he has had a match on this particular table. Of course, there's 8 in the qualifying, but he just lost his way there positionally and just had to accept the break was over. By the way, do let us know where you're watching from in the world. We have viewers all around the world on WST Play, on Discovery Plus, on YouTube as well. You can... I still call it Twitter. I know it's called X, but I am on there at Dave Hendon. So at Dave Hendon, let me know where you're watching from this Monday morning. Of course, it might not be morning where you are. Certainly, if anyone is watching in Poland, let us know. And also be interested to hear predictions for who's going to win the UK Championship, because, of course, we've had 11 tournaments this season and they've all been won by a different player. 11 different winners. Incredible, really. Just shows the strength and depth in the game. Zhao Xingtong, the latest winner at the Riyadh Season Championship last week. Meanwhile, that has gone badly wrong for the young Pole. But yeah, every tournament won by a different player. Will that continue in York? Of course, with likes of Judd Trump, Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins, Ding Junhui have not won a title this season. But who's going to come good on December 7th in the final? I'm not sure that cannon on the pink has done him any favours here. Again, this frame has gone a bit scrappy, as the first one was. A little bit disjointed and stop-start. Well, let's open things up. Looking for a good cue ball as well, but that's just brought those reds into play. But he has left a potential red from distance here. Oh, we had a reply here from Jordan, watching in concert, County Durham. Very busy, he says. Well, it sounds it, Jordan. But thanks for tuning in. By the way, on Liam Pullen, I mentioned the maximum because there is the prize if you make more than one in either one of the 3 Triple Crown events or the Saudi Arabia Masters. There is the prize, £147,000 for making 2. Ronnie O'Sullivan, of course, did that in the same match in Jeddah, in that Saudi Arabia Masters in the summer. But there's potential 3 prizes up for grabs, so there's still the opportunity for 2 more players to earn that big bonus. And, of course, Liam Pullen's one of them. Tepcharan knew as well. He made one in Saudi, so he, in this event, is certainly worth watching. We've had 15 maximums now this season. That's a record. Sorry, I should say that's equalled the record, which was set last season. But, of course, we're still in November, so it's clearly going to go. Tepcharan knew will be in action in round 3. We've got Jack Lazowski as well coming in, of course. Broke his duck at the Northern Ireland Open. Stuart Bingham, Jack Jones, Ricky Walden, Ali Carter, Anthony McGill, Zhou Yulong, players who we're well used to seeing at the business end of tournaments. Luca Brissell as well, as Szubarczyk knocks that long red in. And tonight, Chris Wakelin, of course, he's 17th in the ranking, so he just missed out on a seeding, top 16 seeded at York. So Chris will be playing Mitchell Mann at 7:30 tonight. Yeah, someone calling himself Mr. P is watching in Leeds. He says that squeaky door in the auditorium needs a spray of oil. Well, we'll get on to that, Mr. P, when we've got a chance. David Lilly's gone 2-1 up on Xu Yichin of China. Liam Graham looking good to lead Ollie Lyons 2-0. Next frame, though, still in progress. Lyons needing snookers. He has got him in one. Well, you saw the intention. He's trying to pull the cue ball back. The balls are running around, but Brown's gone over the pocket. That makes the shot to nothing a bit more interesting because, of course, normally a player will take on a long red with safety in mind, but with the Brown over the pocket, it's going to be available. And it is Jordan Brown who pots the red, so let's see if he can get back into this frame. It's been a bit of a slog so far, as indeed was the first frame. We started an hour ago, we're still in frame 2. And I guess that's why shots like that, you know, he had so much room to get on the red, and he's not on it. Again, not the best safety, caught the knuckle of the middle pocket, so it's a very disappointing visit for Jordan Brown. So Michal Szubarczyk comes back to the table, still in front, with a chance now to win his first frame of the morning. I think they both had the same problem, really, just controlling the cue ball. They've been getting in and just losing position, and breaks have been coming to nothing. Highest breaks so far, 39 Brown, 24 Szubarczyk. And another visit comes to not much. So it's hard work at the moment, you've got to say. Meanwhile, Igor Figueiredo, of course, be back on tour next season from Brazil. He's 2-0 up on Dwayne Jones already. Well, that's finished okay. Artem Zhuzhin from Latvia has made a 1-3-3 break in the third frame of his match against Ka Wei Chung of Hong Kong. So 2-1 it is to Ka Wei Chung, but a 1-3-3 from Zhuzhin, one of the many talented players from Europe now on tour. I guess the immediate stumbling block is the red on the right-hand side cushion. But good play to drop in behind it. Alternatively, of course, good play to move it. Points level in this second frame. If he got in right behind the red, you'd fancy him to pot it, actually, but it's all about position. It's pretty good. But he's missed it. Decided to play on the blue. I wondered if he would just drop it in for the black, but played the little screw back and missed the pot. Well, this red is potable, so this now could be about one good pot. The pink is slightly awkward, but worry about that later. The red is a big shot, I think, in this match already. And didn't he play it nicely? So, as I say, the pink now a big ball. If Michal Szubarczyk is going to win his first frame. So just looking at where he wants to leave himself for this pink. And he's had a look at two options, I guess, taking the pink to the corner and now getting on it to the middle. Well, obviously, the pink's much closer to the pocket there. But yeah, it's hard to see how you would get on the pink to the middle. So it's going to be this corner pocket. This is the one that did for Jordan Brown with that red. Szubarczyk just needs the pink, and it's one each. Well, at least it's come away from the pocket, and he's got distance between them. Jordan Brown, though, delighted to see him miss it. Well, it's only frame 2, but I think it would be a bit of a blow to Szubarczyk to go 2-0 down, because he's had a lot of chances, and it's got to be said, Jordan Brown hasn't played his best stuff yet. So he'd be delighted with a 2-0 lead. Not had a 40 break yet in this match. He's sort of willing that pink to keep running. Well, Jordan Brown's got him in trouble. And of course, it's not just about hitting the pink, it's about not leaving it on. I'm sure Fergal O'Brien, watching in the crowd, appreciated that one. There he is, Fergal, of course retired, but working with the likes of Jordan Brown and Aaron Hill. I saw him earlier, I said, are you here all week, Fergal? He says, I hope so. Of course, it depends on how they get on. This looks like a great result. Bottom line is he hit it thin. And did not leave the pink on, so this frame continues. By the way, that frame I was mentioned earlier, the quite lengthy first frame, Gong Zhenzi won it against Liam Highfield. So it's 1-0 there to Gong. Well, this time it's brown snookered. It's an easy one to escape from, but again, he can't afford to leave this pink on because it's all that Szubarczyk will need to level the match. Hang on. Oh, wow, he's potted it. Well, the apology, but it's not going to stop him taking this black on. Dramatic frame. Szubarczyk laid the snooker. Brown flukes the pink and now needs the black to lead 2-0. But the black is not in, and to be honest, it wasn't too close. So the drama continues here in frame 2. Well, another chance for Jordan Brown. Oh dear, well this is concerning. That's 2 good chances he's had to pot the black. Just get the feeling Szubarczyk's going to knock this in. Really should be 2-0 here. Yeah, he duly does knock it in. So after all that, it's 1 each. It's been a lengthy start to proceedings, 1 hour and 20 minutes for the first 2 frames. Jordan Brown had 2 goes at the final black, having fluked the pink, of course. But it is 1 apiece. David Lilly first to the interval, 3-1 up against Szubarczyk. Oliver Lyons has pulled one back against Liam Graham. It's 2-1 to Graham now. Long Zhihang 2-1 up on Liu Wenwei. Hayden Pinnay 2-1 up on Louis Heathcote. Ka Wei Chung 2-1 up on Artem Zhuzhin. Igor Figueiredo 2-0 up on Dwayne Jones. Kong Chenzi 1-0 up on Liam Highfield. That is slow going there. This is round 2 of qualifying. There's 4 rounds in total in this UK Championship. Of course, they're playing to get into the draw on Thursday. We'll have it live as part of our Judgment Day coverage, which will be Wednesday and Thursday. But the draw will be Thursday. Of course, the top 16 seeds already in the hat, and the qualifiers will be drawn against them, and then we know when play begins at the Barbican in York on Saturday who will be playing who. But there's a long way to go yet, not least in this match. 1 apiece. Both players have left the arena after that lengthy second frame. I've had a correspondent here from Germany saying it's great to have your commentary on this one. I'm watching from Germany at the moment. I like that Michal seemingly does not play any desperate shots. Quite intelligent snooker brain and trusting his ability. Maybe Ronnie O'Sullivan helped his belief. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think look, young players are going to take shots on for sure, and they should do. You don't want to see a young player coming out closing the shot, but he has turned a few down as well, and I think it's just a learning process. We've seen with so many players down the years who turned pro young. I mentioned Sean Murphy. Judd Trump was another one. He was 16. Of course, Ding coming on and not really knowing what to expect. I mean, we saw Fergal in the crowd there. He was Judd Trump's first ever opponent when Judd turned pro at 16, and he showed him parts of the table he never knew existed. He was in all sorts of trouble playing Fergal, but of course now Judd Trump's got such a brilliant all-round game. He's world #1. So you learn as you go along, and quite often, of course, you learn from the defeats. But this match very competitive so far, and will continue when the players return. So it's taken a while to get to one each. Jordan Brown will feel it really should have been 2-0. He had 2 good goes at the black before Szubarczyk knocked it in. Oh, that's more like it, Jordan. I guess this is the thing, if you fail to kill off a frame like the one that's just gone, it can go one of 2 ways. It either festers in your mind, or you kind of use it to your advantage, come out on the front foot, which is what he's looking to do here in frame 3. Good opening red. Just look, again, the cue ball's just run on a little bit further than he was hoping for. Yeah, and it made a slight difference. He's missed the red, so that's annoying, having got in with the good initial red. Made just 5. Well, he didn't intend to cannon that other red, but it's not too bad, actually. That could have finished a lot worse. Oh, that's a terrific pot. That's probably the best shot of the match from Jordan Brown. So clearly, he's come out fired up, having failed to make it 2-0. Of course, he had his fairy tale week at the Welsh Open 2021. He beat Mark Selby, Stephen Maguire, and then in the final, Ronnie O'Sullivan, 9-8 in Newport to become a ranking event winner. Of course, he'd been off the tour for a good 8 years, having got on initially through the Q School, fell off immediately, was working in a petrol station, still playing amateur snooker, but it was a long way from all of this. So it was an incredible story, and of course to beat O'Sullivan in a decider, nobody could say he didn't deserve it. Well, more frustration for Jordan Brown. Again, that looked to be the start of something, but it's come to a rather premature end, as his first visit did in this frame. He's not been able to impose himself on the match, on his opponent. Well, with the red over the pocket, now we'll take this brown on. Oh, what about this one? Wow. Didn't he strike that sweetly? I mean, he was interested in the brown. He made no attempt to get near the reds. He obviously fancied that one. It's just a slight echo of the Hurricane there. Alex Higgins won this tightly, 983, beat Steve Davis from 7-0 down, 16-15. Not sure Szubarczyk would remember that. Well, he won't. He was born in 2011. Well, if you're just joining us, this frame really is typical of the match so far. It's been very stop-start. There's been chances on either side, but we still haven't actually had a 40 break yet, so that's hence we've been going for, what, an hour and 40 minutes and still in frame 3. Well, it's the third great red he's knocked in this frame. Question is, will this one lead to anything? Not the best cue ball. Pink's an option, maybe. So can he just keep control of the cue ball here? That's obviously key to break building. It's been an issue today, just losing position. And for his own peace of mind, really, just put something together here. I think it's a match where he would expect to get chances. He's playing, you know, an inexperienced player. But as always, it's about taking them. Yeah, it's another visit that's come to a frustratingly premature end, and this is a pattern now. He's getting in. The problem isn't getting in. He's potted 3 great long reds in this frame, Jordan Brown, but then just breaking down. And you can see he's getting a bit frustrated now, shaking his head. This is not panning out the way he was hoping. Oliver Lines, by the way, made a break of 118 in the third frame there. So he trails 2-1 to Liam Graham. Just saw Robbie McGuigan there in the audience. He's, of course, practice partner Jordan Brown and still going in this tournament. He won yesterday. He'll be up, in fact, this afternoon against Alan Taylor. There he is, and there's Fergal as well. So Jordan Brown's getting support, but he is struggling, it's got to be said. shots, then this is no good, is it? Clearly didn't think it would. Glenn Sullivan-Bissett's had a look, but he's going on the brown spot.
29.
Another tight frame, points level. Needing the long stuff for this red. No. It was not a nice shot. But a little bit of deja vu here, because of course Jordan Brown had the chance in the last frame, and okay, it did get down to the black, but he had the chance on the last red, which was slightly awkward, and this frame is the same, that red on the right hand side. Looks like the immediate issue here. Got to be so precise with those, and these pockets I don't think are over generous either. So Szubarczyk's still got the issue with that red. Looking for an angle, I guess, on the black here to bring it out. And he's got the angle. He's played that very nicely. That was really controlled. Little smattering of applause from the audience. So, big chance now to take the lead in this match. Oh, he's overdone this. Having played such a deft shot previously, that was kind of the opposite, but he's still going. Oh, this is a nice shot. Oh, he's played that superbly. Well, it's in his hands. Jordan Brown has had the chances. He potted 3 great reds in this frame, but he just didn't lead anywhere. Of course, he missed those 2 blacks at the end of the last frame, so he could be 3-0 up here, but it looks like he's about to go 2-1 down. Surely he's on this Brown. Surely he's on it. Well, he looks concerned. It must be tight. Well, I suppose you... Normally you'd say it's a schoolboy error, but I mean, he is a schoolboy. Just needing brown and blue. Can he just squeeze this in, this brown? Maybe a little bit of side. Well, no problem. Jordan Brown, I mean, he had the perfect view of it, actually. I think he would have known immediately that did pot. So just a check of the scores. Blue required to take the lead in this match. And he's just getting a lot of table time, isn't he? He's getting chances. Jordan Brown struggling, despite having been in multiple times in this match. Just can't get anything going break building wise. And Michal Szubarczyk taking advantage. He leads 2-1. Long way to go, of course. There's still potential 8 frames to play. Now, whether they'd have time to get it done before 2:30, we'll see. But just to run down the other scores, David Lilly 2-1 up, sorry, 3-2 up, I should say, over Xu Yichen. Liam Graham still 2-1 up on Oliver Lines, although Oliver Lines, in fact, has the pink to win frame 4, and he's just missed it, so not over yet. Black's safe, and he's 12 in front, so he's still favourite there. Long Zhihang 3-1 up at the interval against Lu Wenwei. Louis Heathcote and Hayden Pinney 2-2. Artem Zhuzhin and Ka Wai Chung 2-2. Igor Figueiredo 2-1 up against Dwayne Jones. Liam Highfield and Gong Chenzi 1-1. They're the other scores. This is round 2 of qualifying for the Victorian Plumbing UK Championship. 4 rounds in total. The third round starts tonight. We've got some big hitters coming in, the likes of Chris Wakelin, Luca Brissell. And the match on table 1, Stephen Maguire, the 2004 UK champion, will be playing the highly rated Chinese player Chang Bingyu. We'll have that live for you from 7:30 local time. A lot of matches, of course, to get through before we get to the final stages of this UK Championship. As I say, it's a nice setup here in Wigan, and good to see quite a few people in. Tickets are available for various events, including the Scottish Open, and that's a nice little pre-Christmas week in Edinburgh. Jordan Brown actually is not qualified. In fact, neither of these two have, but there are tickets available if you go to WST.tv, click on tickets. It's a great event. All the home nations events the same, because again, you get to see so many matches as Jordan Brown, meanwhile, catches the blue full in the face there. That's another error. But yeah, you get to see so many different players throughout the day, and we've got some real big names taking part. John Higgins, of course, on home soil. Mark Williams, Zhao Xingtong, Karen Wilson, Neil Robertson, Mark Selby, Lei Pei Fan defending the title, etc., etc. So check out the tickets page if you fancy a trip to Edinburgh. Szubarczyk fails to take advantage there. But he took that last frame out well, I thought. Still not had a 40 break in this match, either player. So it has been pretty scrappy. Do stay with us at the interval, by the way. We'll be showing you over the next 2 days some archive from this UK Championship, the great history of it. We've got some great footage actually coming up from the early 80s in the interval, featuring one of the legends, in fact 2 of the legends of the game that older players will remember fondly. Well, safety error. But how's Jordan Brown feeling now? Because I guess this is where you've got to try and use your experience. You know, it's a long match, this. As I say, there's still a potential 8 frames. OK, it's not been a good start, but There's time yet to get going. Such a big match. Of course, coming in as the seeded player, he gets no ranking points if he loses this match. And already this is just gone a bit awkward. Caught the brown. But if you weren't with us at the start, I was explaining that on the projected end of season rankings, Jordan Brown is 62nd. And of course, only the top 64 stay on. He would have to go to Q school if he dropped out. And although, you know, we're still a long way to go in the season, actually, the events are running out a little bit. He's not in the Scottish Open. Shootout coming up. That's a ranking event. And then he'll have qualifying in the new year for the German Masters, the Welsh Open and the World Open. And then it's just the World Championship. If he doesn't get any, of course, the Players' Series events. So he's not got that many tournaments left, actually. I think if he could just win a frame with a nice break, that might just settle him. At the moment, as I say, it's been very stop-start. If he can go to the interval, having made a nice break, he might just start to feel more cheerful about things. Obviously, the black completely buried at the moment. Pink up on the blue spot, so it's just putting a bit of shoe leather on the cue ball. He's tried to free it here. It was a risk, but it's not come off, not on it. Well, this could be handy. Not quite tight to the green, but really every frame's followed the same pattern. There's been chances on both sides. It's been quite a disjointed match, really, in terms of fluency. But Szubarczyk, he showed his steel. The two frames he won, one was on the black, and the next one on the blue. Liam Graham 3-1 up against Oliver Lines. So, as I say, Lines was in a good position in that fourth frame, but Liam Graham stole it on the black. There's a good shot here. A glancing blow. A little tap on the table from Jordan Brown. But he's not stopped Brown knocking the red in. And he's on the green. Albeit the blue slightly in the way. He's going to cannon that blue. So, in fact, he's just playing the snooker. Now, this is a free ball. So that is quite significant. Can take the green as a red. The big colours are not positioned great here, are they? Blue, pink and black. So again, the cue ball having to travel to keep this break going. But he is 32 in front. Obviously, the problem taking the low value colours is you don't go up by very much. I always think any frame of snooker, if the blue goes safe, it just becomes harder because it's usually so accessible there in the middle of the table. Anyway, they're still going in the pockets. That's the main thing for Jordan Brown. Yeah, just slightly overran it. But this is the problem, as I say, when the cue ball is having to do so much travelling, it's more likely that you're going to lose position. So just laying the snooker, he's got a 39-point lead. Well, it's actually a good lead now where some of these balls are. Red's going safe. As I say, big colour's not great, so Brown's certainly favourite in the frame. Zhuya Chen, meanwhile, has fought back from 3-1 down to 3-3 with David Lilley. They're underway in frame 7, so quite a quick match there on table 4. Table 3 resuming Long Zhihang 3-1 up on Lu Wenwei. Well, he got nowhere near the Reds, and he has left this one to right corner. And of course, the difference now is the black is free. Just feels like Jordan Brown is sort of inching his way towards winning this frame. There's still work to do, but he's got a useful lead. Oh dear. Another missed black. Of course, he missed those 2 at the end of frame 2. Slow going. It's just to say if this match, if they can't complete it in this session, of course the second session starts at 2:30, so that's only 3 hours away. They'll have to come back on the first available table this evening, so it'd be quite a break. It wouldn't necessarily be this table. That's if they can't finish the match in this session. Well, there are still a couple of safe reds, but it's a far more open table now than a few minutes ago. As Brown attempts this red past the black. Oh, the old big pocket. Well, it just about bullied its way in, but it's not really on anything great to continue. As I say, he's just sort of in small increments, just making his way towards winning the frame, which I guess is being the most important thing as he gets the snooker behind the pink. Well, he didn't leave a red on, but it's going back. Well, he's hit one, but he's left a great chance. Jordan Brown already 49 in front. The colours all hither and thither, but he's not got much more to do here to win this frame. It's been quite a poor standard, let's be honest, but it's been interesting as well at the same time. Bottom line is a long way to go yet. And as I say, they could be struggling to get the match finished in this session. I think it would take, obviously, either an increase in pace and a few breaks, but also maybe one player to pull away after the interval. Anyway, Jordan Brown, his main concern right now is to get to the interval level at 2-2. He has the chance to do that here. Snooker's required then, and of course the black, pink and blue not great. Black in particular, I mean at the moment it's 1 to tie, but that of course is taking blacks with the reds, so Jordan Brown, I think he's a big favourite to see this frame out. Especially now. A nod of the head, and it is 2-2 at the interval. It's been hard going. We've not had a 40 break, but these qualifiers, there's a lot of pressure. The main thing for Jordan Brown is he did dominate that fourth throw in the end. So a lot of snooker still to come. In 15 minutes' time, the players level at 2-2. Now, as promised, during the interval, over the next couple of days, we're going to be looking back at some magic moments from the history of the UK Championship. We're going back to 1982. It was a thrilling final between two legends of the game, Terry Griffiths and Alex Higgins. Okay, well, we're still in the interval of the Jordan Brown Michal Szubarczyk match. Apologies there, we didn't actually get to see all of that footage from 1982 with quite an old tape, I'm guessing, of course, 43 years old. But of course, Terry Griffiths, I could hear actually Ted Lowe in my ears. Hopefully you can hear me. But anyway, I'm delighted to be joined by one of Terry's sons, Wayne, of course, head coach out in Hong Kong, and he's here with the Hong Kong contingent. Yeah, it's good to have you here, Wayne. And we saw a very brief flash there of the 82 final. Do you have any memories of that?
Good morning, Dave. Yeah, that was in 82, I believe. I think I was staying with my grandparents at the time. I'm not even sure if we saw it on the television. I think a phone call coming through maybe with the result, 16-15. And as you saw in the brief clip, Alex had a chance to finish off. Dad was smiling in the chair, although I'm sure he wasn't smiling inside, but managed to get over the line. Yeah, fantastic memories.
Yeah, I mean, such heady days, weren't they? Even, you know, just the sort of the brief glimpse we got of Alex Higgins, you know, and that was, of course, the boom period in the UK. But of course, your dad, I mean, he broke the sort of the Spencer, Reardon, Higgins stranglehold on the game in the 70s. That 79 World Championship victory. It really was the start of a new era, wasn't it? Because I think it persuaded so many players to think, well, you know, if he can win it at his first attempt, maybe I should have a go.
Yes, I think you're right. I think that's exactly it. He sort of came at the end of a decade when snooker was growing, pot black, colour television. I think he possibly came along as a bit of a fairy tale story at just the right time for him and for the game. Yeah, and so, you know, the 80s was boom time, and Dad was enjoying his time being a part of that.
And now we've got 14-year-olds on tour, young Szubarczyk from Poland. It's quite incredible. It's not only the sort of young players in the game now, but actually the spread of nationalities as well. Of course, you work out in Hong Kong, and we're seeing, even in this session, we've got a Brazilian, we've got players from various parts of the world taking part.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a global sport, not so UK-centric, which is definitely a good thing. Young players like Michal, as you say, coming through. Dad was 24 years old, making his first century. So I think times have moved on, it's fair to say.
The thing about people maybe not old enough to remember the 80s, the thing about snooker then, of course, there weren't many television channels in Britain. There was only 4. In fact, at one point, there was only 3. And they all showed snooker. And your dad was... I always remember, he always seemed to be on. Every tournament, he always seemed to be there. He was a very consistent player, you know, never seemed to lose early. And he must have spent so much time in that decade on television. He really must have been a big star.
Yes, my brother and I were teenagers then. So, yeah, you are aware of Dad's, I don't know, you want to call it celebrity status. Not sure he'd have been in the jungle, Dad, but yeah, certainly people would have known him because, yeah, as you say, there wasn't that much television on, no social media. So the sports stars of the day would be household names, household faces. So yeah, everybody in school would know who you were and these sort of things, and around the town. Dad, as you know, wasn't really big on the fame or the exposure side of things, but he loved the snooker, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. I mean, he was a byproduct of obviously doing well at snooker, but he was very much a sort of home man, wasn't he? He wasn't one really for, you know, the sort of celebrity lifestyle, to say the least. No,
he used to say that his favourite place in the world was Junction 48 on the M4, which was the turn off to Llanelli. He'd be fighting with everything he had on the table, but when he lost, he was straight home to us, you know, and never moved away from Llanelli. Did consider it, but born, lived, and died there. Never left. Yeah, he was very much a home man.
And of course, Wayne, he sadly passed away during the final of this tournament last year. But there was a big outpouring, wasn't there? You must have been touched by people within the sport sharing their memories of Terry.
Yes, you know, it was an emotional time, but all the kind words people spoke about him was a great strength for us as a family. I think, and I heard so many stories that I didn't know from people, you know, who had got some help from Dad, Welsh players especially, that I didn't know even that he'd maybe coached or spoken to. Just stories like that. Yeah, you're proud of your dad, obviously, but hearing all the things that people had to say made us very proud, for sure.
And just tell us, Wayne, about your current position coaching and the sort of scene in Hong Kong. Marco Fu, of course, he did have that injury, didn't he? But he's back. He actually, of course, beat On Yi, ironically, in round one, and he seems to be, well, he's playing a lot quicker. That's one thing to say, isn't it?
Yes, he's certainly not hanging around, playing quicker than Dad used to play, that's for sure. But, you know, Marco is he's a class player. Maybe his consistency not quite where he wants it to be at this moment, but I think most of the players know he can switch it on at any time. So, yeah, he'll play tomorrow morning now, so he'll be looking forward to that, get some practice today, and be ready for a match with Zhou Yulong tomorrow morning.
And in terms of Hong Kong snooker, are there any other sort of up-and-coming players we should look out for?
We have a junior setup. We have a young player, Sean Liu, who's currently practicing in Ding's Academy. And we have some other young players in Hong Kong. The last junior sort of team we had, Chung Kawai, who's playing here this afternoon, is one of those, and they were a very good junior team. Our current junior team is going to have to work very hard to match those, but they're working very hard. So yes, we hope for sure we'll see some young players coming through in the future.
Yeah, because we hear, of course, a lot about China, and they're making their mark on the game considerably. But in terms of Hong Kong, is it the same? Because we hear so many stories in China, all the snooker clubs are packed, and you know the interest. Is that translated to Hong Kong as well?
It's still a very popular sport in Hong Kong. And when Dad and Steve Davis, Barry Hearn, the Matchroom were coming over there in the 80s and the 90s, Dad used to tell me about clubs, 6, 7 floors, you know, 100, 150 tables. It's certainly not like that now, but that's economic as well. Rent is just prohibitively expensive in Hong Kong. But there are still a number of clubs, still a very popular sport. There's a 24-hour channel that basically just shows snooker. So, yeah, it's very popular, and the players are very well supported by the government and the Sports Institute. So, yeah, it's in rude health in Hong Kong currently.
Well, it's good to hear, and it's good to see. I know we couldn't, unfortunately, show the whole clip, but good to see memories of Terry Griffiths winning there in '82. Thanks for coming in, Wayne, and we wish Marco and all the rest of your contingent good luck this week.
Appreciate it, Dave. Thanks.
Well, great to hear from Wayne Griffiths as this fifth frame gets underway. Szubarczyk with a 20-point lead. 2-2 in the match, so you do feel they may struggle to finish it in this session. We'll see. They've got a couple of hours. If it speeds up, of course, or one player pulls away, they may do, but they've got that dread prospect of having to come back sort of in the wee small hours when a table becomes free tonight. They can't risk coming back this afternoon because they might get pulled off again, so it'll have to be tonight. It's going to be, you know, some wrong side of sort of 10, half 10, you would think, before a table becomes free. And, of course, it might not be this one. So they might have to go on a different one. If you are just joining us, it's been really quite scrappy, disjointed. We haven't had a 40 break yet in the match. There's been quite a few chances on both sides, but neither player's been able to get into a flow and find that fluency they're looking for. was a good chance. But it's gone begging. I don't know, you know, obviously at 14, how much of the history of this tournament Szubarczyk is aware of, or wants to be aware of, frankly. It's, of course, all new to him. It's about the here and now, but, of course, this tournament did begin back in 1977, and Terry Griffiths and many of those great names of the 80s really set it on its path to becoming the major event that it is now. Well, he's got an immediate additional chance here. The story really here is that Jordan Brand has not been able to use his experience to take control of the match. He's just given his opponent a lot of opportunities, a lot of openings. Well, the black on its spot makes this a better chance than we've seen in some frames where the colours have been all over the place. And this shot has opened everything up, so this is a golden chance now to retake the lead. Doesn't rush, does he? I think he's got a calmness that can only be a good thing. Doesn't seem to rush into shots. Just composes himself. Clearly got a lot of talent, that's obvious. As I say, he's just won the IBSF World Amateur Championship out in Doha in Qatar. Well, didn't get the cannon, but there's a red in bulk. I didn't fancy it. Putting the red safe on the side cushion. 55 the lead. David Lilly and Yates in 4-4, so they're rattling through their frames. Well, if he's not covered this, then could be trouble for Jordan Brown, and it's a bit of a trudge back to the seat, which suggests he has left it. You can tell a lot from a snooker player's walk. That was a very disconsolate one, wasn't it, from Jordan Brown? Even if he can't see it directly, cushion first. Still pot it. But kind of finished in no man's land. This is a bit like the pre-interval frame, but in reverse. It was Jordan Brown who had the lead and was just sort of nursing it. And Szubarczyk looking to do the same here. Again, he's not just throwing his cue at them, is he? He's thinking about what he's doing. Louis Heathcote on the brink of victory. Meanwhile, 5-3 up against Hayden Pinney. He's had a century there. Heathcote, a 74-97. It was the century was 101 in frame one.
One.
So blue and one more red, and there's a red. I was going to say over the yellow pocket, but he's on this one anyway to middle. So red to left middle should make it 3-2 to the 14-year-old.
6. 7.
Been in a couple of last 64s this season. As I mentioned earlier, qualified for the Xi'an Grand Prix and the International Championship. If he wins this match, he'll be in what is the last 80 round, because this is a slightly different draw system. It's not the open draw of some of the events, it's a tiered system.
That's it.
But the fact is, if he does win, he'll only be 2 wins away from a place in the final stages. Noppen Senkarma, Thailand, is awaiting in round 3. Just seems to me the more table time Michal Szubarczyk has had, the more confident he started to look. And also he has given thought to what he's doing. As I say, he's not just taking everything on.
21. $28. 29. 35.
So it's been bits and pieces, but he's dominated the frame just as Jordan Brown did the frame before the interval. Neither player has been more than one in front, but that can change, of course. Szubarczyk looking to maybe start to take some control now.
40. 42. 45. 49. 54.
The first half century of the match.
$60.
67 clearance from Michal Szubarczyk of Poland. The 14-year-old leads Jordan Brown here by 3 frames to 2. It's best of 11, of course, to reach the penultimate round of qualifying for the UK Championship. Just to remind you, on Wednesday and Thursday we have our Judgment Day coverage, so Rob Walker and Ken Doherty will be here. Stephen Hallworth is due to work on it, but of course Stephen actually is in round 3 himself. He's going to play Joe O'Connor tomorrow morning, so he may be otherwise engaged. But we'll bring you around the table coverage, 4 tables over the 2 days, so 4 sessions. And we'll also have the draw on Thursday for the final stages of this great event. We'll be live on the World Snooker Tour YouTube channel and WST Play. Remember, if you are a member of WST Play, you can get in the qualifiers here for free and watch the action close up. Just waiting for Jordan Brown to return. Oliver Lyons, meanwhile, has made it 3-3 on the next door table with Liam Graham. You can just see him on the right-hand side there. Was 3-1 down at the interval. It's always that little bit of extra wriggle room in best of 11s, of course. They all, you know, long matches. We've had a few already in the first couple of days that have not been completed in their allotted session. This could be another one, we'll see. Jordan Brown right now needs to dig in here. He's gone behind 3-2. Second time he's trailed. So Szubarczyk has made his first significant break. Jordan Brown still yet to make a 40. That's got to change, you would think. Who's going to win the match? Well, he's certainly tempting him with this long red. Jordan Brown has had a couple of good times in the UK Championship. He qualified 3 years ago, drew Mark Allen. That was a bit awkward for both. Reached the last 16 the previous year, 2021. Of course, the format's changed a little over the years. There was a time when everyone came in round one. Now it's a tiered system, as we know, so 16 qualifiers take on the top 16. But I remember I was actually stood with him when they made the draw that year, and he said before it started, the one player I do not want is Mark Allen, and of course that is how it was pulled out the hat. Dwayne Jones was 2-0 down to Brazil's Igor Figueiredo, but now 3-2 up. And Liam Highfield 3-1 up, having lost a very lengthy opening frame to Gong Zhenzi on the black. This afternoon, 2:30, so 2 hours from now, we'll have Stan Moody against Zhao Jinhao. And tonight, 7:30 on the main table, Steve Maguire against Chang Bingyu. nicely done. And the problem here, of course, is red's out in the open. So a bit of danger for Jordan Brown.
One.
Ideally, you'd like at some point to get the black back on its spot. This would make this easier.
Six. Seven. Twelve.
Just about top side, but as I say, this is made more difficult by the fact that black is down the table, not on its spot. And now he's looking at where the next red's coming from. Got very little angle actually here. Had a look to see if there's plants. Took one on, rather spectacular one from distance earlier, didn't make it.
18.
But it looks like it's just going to be a safety. That was all made more complicated by the fact that the black wasn't available, but he's followed it up with a pretty good safety. I think the concern for Jordan Brown began at the end of frame 2. He had 2 chances at the final black. Good chances to win the frame and lead 2-0. Missed both of them. And now his opponent is starting to look the stronger player.
One.
nice. Again, having to keep going up for the blue. The pink may now actually be available. But the black still in a kind of awkward spot in terms of making this an easier chance. Yeah, that pink may pot. Well, he's got hold of this a little bit.
7.
Well, he's finished well on the yellow. That's not what he played, though.
Nine. Thank you. 10.
Well, it's not ideal in anything, but I'm just going to play this high blue. Just noticed a mark, a chalk mark, I guess, on the cue ball, asking referee Glenn Sullivan-Bissett to give it a clean. I suppose he must feel he's kind of in control at the moment, but he's still only one frame in front. Even though Jordan Brown is struggling, the match is still in the balance. And he may only need one chance to get going again. Aaron Hill there has joined Fergal O'Brien in the audience. Yeah, there's Aaron. Of course, he's working with Fergal as well. He's having a good season. Now, 2 maximums this season. He'll be in action tomorrow. Again, he's just not quite got top side of this blue.
Twenty-one. Twenty-two. 24.
Doesn't look any good, does it? Hasn't got there. So he's got a 42-point lead that he's now looking to protect.
Right, Szubarczyk 24.
I think one of his strengths is he seems outwardly anyway to be able to accept when something's gone wrong. Haven't been many sort of visible shows of frustration from him. Yeah, it flicked off another red, so that was a fluke. He's held his hand up. It could be big. He's on the green to middle. This could be the sort of spark that will ignite something in Jordan Brown. Just to say, we've had two results. As that goes wrong, he's flicked the blue. But we've had two results. Louis Heathcote beat Aidan Pinay 6-4. Our team Zhuzhen has beaten Karwei Cheong 6-3. Zhuzhen from Latvia into round 3. But yeah, he got the fortune with the fluke and then the ill fortune just catching the blue there, Brown. And just left him awkward now.
Jordan Brown 4.
Jordan Brown has actually potted some really good long balls in this match, so let's see if he can knock in another one here. Not to be. Now, where's it going to finish? Is it going to be onto the middle? It is. And already 38 the difference, so big chance for Michal Szubarczyk to, for the first time, go 2 frames clear at 4-2. Pink available as well now, so it's about minding his work here.
1. 6.
Well, this now surely the key shot at the frame, because he just needs the pink and the next red. And the pink's not there.
Like a Szubarczyk 7. One. Seven.
Looking immediately to bring the red out, and amazingly he's gone round the back of it. It seemed harder to do that than actually cannon the red.
Golden brown 8.
So Szubarczyk, 37 in front. He needs one red, but he's snookered on both of them. Well, it seems he has covered the red to middle. Good job, because that's all
Thank you.
Szubarczyk would have needed. Well, again, the reddish frame ball, and of course there is one safe, so there's a degree of security taking this on. Not close. David Lilly 5-4 up on Zhu Yichin, and Long Zhihang 4-3 up on Lu Wenwei. Still 3-3 Oliver Lyons and Liam Graham. Just playing to rest up to the red. Well, he's tied up red and black, which I guess is in his favour with the 37-point lead. He only needs the other red. Jordan Brown needs things in the open. Ideally, he'd love to just flick off the red and leave the snooker behind the black here. If he was close to the red, then this shot would be relatively easy, but he's not. He's having a good look at it. But it was important to bring the black into play because he's, of course, trailing by so many. Cross double. And that, of course, means Jordan Brown needs a snooker.
Szubarczyk 1.
This match is in danger of just getting away from Jordan Brown. He hasn't played his best, nowhere near it actually. And now it's about digging in if he does lose this frame, as seems likely. Really can't afford to lose the next one, because then he'll be a frame from defeat. So pressure's on him. Remember, he gets no ranking points at all if he loses the match, and that's a factor, I think, here as well. In a precarious position in the world rankings. can see the potting angle, and if the red goes in, it's definitely 4-2. And in it goes. So 14-year-old Michal Szubarczyk, snooker's youngest professional, has already beaten Jimmy White in the UK Championship qualifiers, and he's 2 frames away from reaching the penultimate round. Jordan Brown needs to find his scoring boost. He's still not made a 40 break in this match.
Szubarczyk 1.
Stays in his seat because he's 39 behind with 27 on. Well, in fact, he's getting out of his seat. I thought he'd seen enough there. Took a long time, but anyway, he hasn't given it up, but it's a long way back from here. Well, he won't be coming back now. The yellow's in. Only to concede. So, Michal Szubarczyk presses on into a 4-2 lead. He's ahead by 2 for the first time. The standard still isn't the very highest by any means, but he's here to get to 6 frames, and he's already got to 4. Both players just leaving the arena. We can, of course, there's 8 tables here. Just take you through the scores. We had a couple of results. Our team, Zhejiang, has beaten Karwei Chung 6-3. Zhejiang representing Latvia. Louis Heathcote's beaten Hayden Pinney 6-4. David Liddy 5-4 up and 43 in front against Zhu Yichen in their match. Oliver Lyons 3-3 with Liam Graham. They're currently on the colours, 4 points in it in frame 7. Long Zhihang 4-3 up on Lu Wenwei. Igor Figueiredo 4-3 up on Dwayne Jones. He was 2-0 up there, went 3-2 down, but has won the next two. In fact, he's just won a black ball frame. And Liam Highfield and Gong Chenzi is the other match. That's 4-2 to Highfield, but Gong is a long way in front in the next, looking like pulling back to 4-3. Liam Highfield had 111 break there in the 5th frame. This is still the 2nd round of UK Championship qualifiers. There's 4 rounds in total to provide the 16 qualifiers to take on the top 16 in the last 32, which starts Saturday, of course, at the Barbican Centre in York. There are still tickets available. Not that many, actually, but there are still a few. And also the VIP packages, the 1875 Club, still available for certain sessions. You get seats in the front 2 rows, champagne and a 3-course meal, and you get to watch a lot of great snooker as well. So well worth checking out. The World Snooker Tour website, WST.tv. Click on tickets. Just waiting then for the players to return. And as I say, a big frame for Jordan Brown. You really can't afford to lose it, otherwise it's a tall order. But I've been impressed with Szubarczyk. He's played quite maturely, I think. He hasn't just been going for everything. He's taken what's there when it's there. Other times he's played safe. He must be feeling really good right now that he's already beaten Jimmy White, and he's got a chance to get to within 2 rounds of the Barbican. Sure, it's a tournament he's watched on television many times. Would love to be part of that atmosphere, and he would get, needless to say, a great ovation if he were to make it all the way through. Of course, Liam Pullen is from York, so he's in round 3 tomorrow morning. And he would absolutely love to be part of the Barbican setup there in York on Saturday.
Thank you. The 7th.
So the players are back, and it feels like a big frame, this, the biggest so far, because Jordan Brown is just trying to hang on at the moment. He needs to improve, he needs to score. He hasn't yet. He hasn't had a 40 break. And Michal Szubarczyk has just been picking these frames off. For the first time, 2 in front. It was 2 all at the interval.
One.
Yeah, nicely done. The black was waiting. There was an element of safety to it as well. Now, is this the start of something? He's just had a bit of difficulty, I think, just controlling this cue ball today. He's had a lot of chances, but just not scoring yet, anyway.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen. Seventeen.
Now then, there is one loose red at the bottom of the cluster, but chance to get into them here. And it's not worked out as well as it could. Not on anything easy.
24.
But this is better. I think his mind has kind of been focused by the position in the match. He knows he can play a lot better than he has done, and he needs to. That's the bottom line. He needs to play like that now if he's going to turn this round. It's going to be a change of commentary shortly. because Phil Yates is stepping in. But before you pick up this match, Phil, an interesting one this afternoon for you.
Well, it's both useful and youthful. Two teenagers going head-to-head. Stan Moody against a 17-year-old from China who has got rave reviews. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a really compelling watch, actually. Of course, that match is scheduled to begin at 2:30 local time, which is in 1 hour, 20 minutes. So I reckon if Jordan Brown were to win this frame, which now looks highly likely, I reckon this match will not be completed in the allotted time frame.
Can't be many matches Stan Moody's played where he's the older player, but of course we've got a lot of young talent from around the world. He's one of the leading lights from the UK.
39.
Anyway, Jordan Brown going about his business here. Let's see how far he gets in this frame. Phil will take you through to how many frames they play. Whether they get it finished or not, we'll see. If not, then they come back tonight. I will leave you in Phil's capable hands.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I think with Jordan Brown, it's quite clear that he's not playing with his usual freedom because of the ranking situation. He just needs points, and it's very difficult when you're in that mindset. But this is a lot more promising. Szubarczyk, well, he's in a very different situation. He's a schoolboy who's right at the start of his professional career, right at the start of a 2-year card. So for him, yes, he wants to win, of course, but ranking points and where he sits on the world list, not of crucial importance yet. Can just enjoy himself.
52. $53. 60.
This is just what Jordan Brown wanted. Not only looks like he's going to win the frame, but a high-quality visit to boost the confidence. Because, let's face it, so far the match has been slow-going, fragmentary. Frame effectively won in one visit, and now Brown suddenly with an opportunity to make a century.
73. 80. 81.
Highest break of the match, superseding Szubarczyk's 67 in frame 5.
87. 88. 94. 95.
'Now this is the perfect way to start a potential recovery. Very good stuff indeed from Jordan Brown. Atypical of the match so far.
103. 108. 110. 113. 170.
So it's gone from one visit to century. Will it be a total clearance?
122. 128. 130.
Absolutely terrific from Jordan Brown. All very well to make a total clearance when you're at the top of your form. It's an achievement then when you're struggling, when you've had little quality table time, to then knock in a total clearance to his great credit. 135, Jordan Brown now trails only 4-3. So just to get you right up to date with all of the matches, the 8 matches in this session. I know that Dave would have informed you that Louis Heathcote is through, beaten early on in a couple of frames, but in the end came through 6-4 against Hendon Pinay. Our team Zhuzhen defeated Hong Kong's Kai Wei Chung 6-3. Early on, the fastest match of the bunch was David Lilley against Zhu Yichin. Well, I can tell you Lilley has prevailed by 6 frames to 4. 3 half centuries, including a top break of 69 for Lilley. Liam Highfield's taking on Gong Chen Zi. That's 4-3 at the moment. Both have made centuries, though. Highfield made a 111 break to go 4-1 up. Gong has come back with 75 and most recently 101 to trail only 4-3. Oliver Lyons made a slow start against Liam Graham. Now, though, it's 4-3 to Graham. Lyons made a 118 break in the 3rd frame, pulled back to 3-3, but Graham has just regained the lead. And a couple more matches to tell you about, which I will after this break-off. Yes, Igor Figueiredo, the Brazilian, who's going to be back on the circuit next season. He leads Dwayne Jones 4-3. And in the all-Chinese clash, that's been between Long Ziwang and Liu Wenwei. That's 4 frames each. So, if play is a little slow from here, we could see quite a few matches held over. This one being a prime candidate.
One.
If you're wondering what happens if a match is suspended before the finish, well, normally on these 3 session days, the players are asked to come back tonight. And they play on the first available table. I think the only way this could finish now is if Szubarczyk were to win the next couple of frames relatively quickly. He's a real talent. But that was very badly cued, very badly cued. You saw the way he reeled away from the table. Couldn't quite believe just how poor that shot was.
One.
Brown stayed down on that one. He wasn't quite sure it was to a semi-blind pocket. He wasn't quite sure whether he'd been accurate enough. It caught the right-hand jaw, but still went in. And now, after his scoring exploits in the previous frame, this is another promising early opportunity.
Six. Seven. Twelve. Jordan Brown, 12.
Always heading towards that far jaw. The aim there was to obtain position on the black and use the bunch of reds as potential cover for the red if it missed. I'm not saying that Szubarczyk ever hit great form today. Seems to me, though, he's struggling a little now. It would be a very notable scalp were he to beat Brown. Man, of course, who highlighted his career by beating Ronnie O'Sullivan in the Welsh Open final. So it would be a really notable result for the Polish teenager. The winner of this one will play tomorrow afternoon against Thailand's Noppon Sangkam. As for the three winners so far this morning, well, Louis Heathcote goes through to play Jack Lazowski tomorrow afternoon. I think there's every chance we might see that one on this table. Nothing's been confirmed yet, but obviously Lazowski is a recent ranking event winner at the Northern Ireland Open. Matchups also cemented. Our team, Zhuzhin, will take on Ali Carter, and Ricky Walden faces David Lilly. That's in the penultimate qualifying round. Didn't like what he saw there, Jordan Brown. The red clips the middle. As the cue ball was coming back up the table, you wondered what kind of kiss Szubarczyk was going to get. Well, it wasn't a bad one. Well, you can't criticise the fact he played safe there, but it didn't exactly put Brown under any pressure. In fact, the far more experienced man should get the tactical upper hand after this. On a plate. When you're Szubarczyk's age, you've got boundless enthusiasm. In his case, and plenty of others. Lots and lots of skill. The one thing he can't really accumulate as a 14-year-old is experience, and I think he was lacking there. And you see, that's the indirect result. Brown's in.
One.
Would love to have a nice angle on this green. It wasn't the best of angles, but he's manufactured the cue ball into a pretty good area. One more good shot here, and Brown will be banging if he can get through to the red. If he can't, that's very unlucky. Clearly it's very tight, and that's the kind of thing that happens when you're desperate for results. And so is that.
Jordan Brown.
Oh, hard to take, Jordan. Well, for Szubarczyk, that's even harder to take. That was an awful miss. I'm sure Brown can't quite believe his good fortune to be back at the table. Now, OK, Brown's having the cue ball clean, but that wasn't a kick because Szubarczyk overcut the red. When you have a kick, you send the red thicker. What a bonus for Brown. Who could have foreseen that his young opponent was going to miss that one?
Thank you. One. Jordan Brown. One.
Well, you know, in the previous round, Szubarczyk defeated Jimmy White. White, in his punditry duties, often describes a match where there's lots of mistakes and where both players are feeling it as Shredsville. This is Shredsville.
Thank you. One. Eight. 9.
Very wide stance.
16.
Still growing, of course. Szubarczyk, when he played in the Championship League at the start of this season, I don't think he was quite as tall as he is now. What he's trying to do is to keep going for 2025. He didn't qualify for the Scottish Open. He lost 4-0 to Liam Highfield in that. So apart from the shootout, which is coming up next month in Blackpool, apart from that, this is his last tournament of the year, and he wants to keep going as deep as possible. Wanted to avoid that red as the cue ball went through. And now, because of the collision, either red to middle is going to be a pressure ball.
Szubarczyk, 24.
Well, one of them has got to win. I just get the sense that Szubarczyk is struggling a little more than Brown, and that's saying something. He missed that one by the proverbial country mile.
One.
Now, what will that lead to? That was more sweetly struck. Ideally on the black. And at the very least, Szubarczyk should build a reasonable lead here.
That's it.
Brown missed the black off the spot. Cardinal sin. But after that,
21.
for Brown, hope springs eternal. 28 behind, but 43 still there. And again,
28.
Brown not finished yet. A slightly thicker kiss on that green might well have held the cue ball perfectly for the penultimate red, and that's all he required.
Szubarczyk, 28.
Now that was a much better safety. More telling. Brown in significant trouble here.
Thank you.
Szubarczyk needs one more pot to leave Brown requiring a snooker. Remember, it's a race to 6, best of 11. So I get the feeling if it isn't the last frame they're going to play, this one, it will be only one more after this. The reason, if you're just joining us, the next session is scheduled to begin at 2:30 local time, which is in around 50 minutes. And of course, it would be hard on the two players who are playing this afternoon if they were held up. Have we just seen a twist? Brown's got latitude with what colours he can pot. Yes, the yellow is on the ball cushion, but apart from that, if he could drop on this last red, suddenly he'd become favourite. Not ideal, but the red goes. So 31 behind. That means this red and any colour apart from green or brown would be enough. Apart from green or yellow, I should say.
Golden brown, 4.
Not exactly great conviction on that shot, was there? OK, he's got the snooker. Well, again, yet another opportunity for the man from Northern Ireland. What a frame this would be to win. Should have done better with that one. Szubarczyk should have been in tall grass. At least Brown's achieved almost maximum distance. Quite often when you're playing safe, you don't want either object ball or cue ball to hit the bump of the middle pocket. In that instance, I think it did Szubarczyk a favour. That does Brown no favours, because now this is frame ball. Rifled in the red, and it really does seem as though, barring an unforeseen battle with snookers, Szubarczyk, the 14-year-old, is going to be 2 up with 3 to play. I'm sure he will be now.
Szubarczyk, 8.
Brown needs 3 snookers, 3 4-point penalty snookers in all the colours to force a re-spotted black. You might think this is a lost cause, and probably it is. But Matthias Baranowski, Szubarczyk's fellow countryman from Poland, he won the decider against Sahil Nair of Canada 6-5 in the first round, after needing, yes, 3 snookers in the decider. Well, had that yellow gone, that would have been one of the flukes of the tournament. Now, where the green is, adjacent to the brown, that's not bad for Jordan Brown.
2.
Could lay a very awkward snooker here.
Jordan Brown 2.
Didn't quite get hold of the cue ball as he wanted. The brown isn't the blocking ball, it's the pink. But Szubarczyk was never going to miss that one.
Frame conceded. Frame, Michal.
The frame is conceded, and so 14-year-old Michal Szubarczyk, who beat Jimmy White in the first round here, is now 1 frame away from overcoming another former world ranking event winner in Jordan Brown. Szubarczyk leads by 5 frames to 3. So 40 minutes to go before the start of the next session. I noticed that the referee is re-racking the balls. Jordan Brown remains out there, so there will be 1 more to go. Just a reminder of what's coming your way later on today. At 2:30 or thereabouts, if this is a lengthy frame, it might be a little delayed, the afternoon session. Stan Moody has got quite a tough task against a fast-rising 17-year-old from China by the name of Zhou Jinhao. That's our main focus this afternoon. And then this evening, from 7:30, former UK champion Stephen Maguire has his hands full against Chang Bingyu of China. Chang, one of the game's great scorers. This will be, I've just been informed, the last frame, regardless of how swift it is, the last frame of the session. Of course, if Szubarczyk were to win it, well then, he would win the match, and that's fine and dandy. If Jordan Brown wins it, that means they will come back, presumably, this evening to finish off. By the way, these qualifiers are absolutely terrific value if you want to come along to the Robin Park Leisure Centre to see. 8 matches, of course, going on simultaneously. The qualifying tickets still available. Just £12 for a day pass. And you'll get to see a wide range of players. And with the last couple of rounds to come, you've got lots of really well-known players. One of the most recent ranking event winners is here. Jack Lazowski, former world champion. Stuart Bingham. I mentioned Steve Maguire. What about 2023 world champion Luca Russell? The list goes on.
Thank you, the 9th frame.
And of course, there's plenty of the game's up-and-coming talents to watch and gauge as to how far they will go in the game. At the age of 14, it seems to me that Szubarczyk has got the potential to go quite some way. Back-to-back scalps of Jimmy White and Jordan Brown would tell you that. I honestly thought when Brown won the 7th frame with a break of 135, a total clearance, that might spark him into something much better than what had gone before. Clearly not.
One.
Szubarczyk scored pretty handily against Jimmy White. Made breaks of 89, 86, 67 and 59. He's not been as fluent today. But how about reserving his best for last?
Six. Seven. Fourteen. Szubarczyk.
Needs the ball colours to cover up the red that's gone into the bulk area. And I think the yellow does his bidding. Brown all at sea, and he looks a little demoralised. I would say that's more to do with how he's played than the scoreline. Well capable of coping with a deficit. More difficult to cope when you know you haven't played anywhere near your best. Light years away from it. And of course, coming in at this stage as a seed, if Brown were to lose, he would receive, yes, his prize money, but no ranking points whatsoever. And right now, they are a valuable currency for him. He's definitely in a very precarious position, Brown, in the danger zone. Provisionally comes into this UK Championship 63rd. Of course, to keep your card, you need to finish in the top 64. And the two players immediately giving chase behind Brown in the rankings, Sanderson Lam and Ishpreet Singh Chadha, are both still involved here. Oh, and that's the last thing Brown wanted.
Szubarczyk 1.
Got another result for you. Liam Highfield has beaten Gong Chenzi 6-3. Good scorer, Liam. He made breaks of 111, and then from 4-3 up, he dominated the last two frames with runs of 99 and a clinching 127. So Highfield goes forward to play tomorrow afternoon, Pangjunzhu. The aim there was to get the cue ball back towards the general vicinity of the top cushion. He was miles short, and a red, the one that's just to the right of the black, will pot to middle. Now then, Jordan, tell yourself you've won a ranking event, beating the game's greatest ever player in the final. And a ranking event with real history. You've won the Welsh Open, you can still do this. But of course, back then, when he captured the Welsh Open title, he was full of confidence. The confidence tank is now a little depleted. If he was practicing, this would be a case of connecting the dots.
Twenty. $25. 26.
Bear in mind, these two started out at 9:30 in the morning local time. It's now 2:05. So a real marathon. And hard to keep your concentration for such an extended period. Maybe that's one of the reasons why that positional shot is not gone to plan. Under this kind of pressure, that was a very good shot indeed. In the balls, Brown looks the more cultured of the two. But he's just been prone to missing balls he normally wouldn't.
.45.
.30 in front, so he will need one of the awkward reds close to that right-hand side cushion. Oh, again, a kiss from hell. Pink and potable, preventing the black from going. That's the thing with this game. When you need luck, you don't get it. When everything's going swimmingly and you're playing brilliantly, that's when you get the run. But again, Brown recovers nicely. And what's more, he holds the cue ball for the now only
51.
Red in mid-table. Good execution, good thinking. So the break goes to 52. The lead expands to 37. Blue, red, any colour, and he's home. I think this match is about to be suspended before we reach a conclusion. with his back pressed firmly against the wall. This was a fine effort. Yes, he made a 135 in frame 7, but I think in many respects, while it's not going to be his highest break of the match, this is Brown's best. Certainly, it's full of grit. And now there's just about enough on to make another century.
$74. 76. 79.
Always the same. When the pressure's off, they all go in.
$83. 88. Jordan Brown 88.
No century, but Jordan Brown keeps the match alive. Yeah, he knew that the match was going to be suspended, or at least he had a pretty good idea. Szubarczyk, not being so experienced, wasn't quite sure. He's now asking the referee, Glenn Sullivan, visit when they will return. Glenn, of course, quite rightly said, we're not sure when. I think it might be this evening. It's going to be a lengthy day for these two. It started out at breakfast time. The result will come well after dinner. And Nopon Sankam, who awaits the winner in the next round, still unsure as to who will be his next opposition. So we'll be back in around 15, 20 minutes time. The scheduled time for the next session is 2:30. And that features a very intriguing contest between two teenagers. Zhou Jinhao of China up against Stan Moody. Hope to have you company for that one. As I say, it's scheduled for 2:30, which is in 17 minutes from now.